I call this pre-meeting briefing of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 6 p.m. on January 11th, 2024. The purpose of this pre-meeting briefing is to conduct a briefing session with administrative staff regarding the posted agenda item for the regular board meeting scheduled at 7 p.m. on January 11th, 2024. For the record, board members present are Sally Derrick, Carolyn Benavides, Kim Brady, Ileana Garza Rojas, Randy Shackman, and myself, Cassandra Hatfield. The next item is audience for guests. Persons wishing to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose and placed it in the designated location prior to the opening of the meeting. Ms. Canada, do we have anyone wishing to speak? Okay, with no one wishing to speak, we'll move on to item number 3, administrative reports. Dr. Eldridge, are there any reports by administration?
Yes, ma'am. Our first item for discussion will be item 5C, financial reports. So, Mr. Guerra.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Eldridge. Good evening, President Hatfield and the rest of the board, and happy Board Appreciation Month to you all. So, as you know, this is our monthly budget update, and the financials you have before you tonight are the last full month prior. So they're for the month ending November. And as you look on page 1 of your report, you can see the local tax collections show a little over 8% that's received so far, which is normal for the district at this time of the year. And over the next 2 monthly presentations that we'll bring back to you at the 6 o'clock meeting, you'll see a sharp increase in those numbers as our tax office, this is like the busiest time of the year for them for tax collection, so it'll start ramping up this month and next month. And the expenses, as you can see on page 2 of your report, show we're about 25% of the budget expended to date, and this aligns with where we should be so far, being that we're 3 months, which is kind of a quarter of the way through the fiscal year. As we continue through the year, as part of our process, we monitor all the revenues, expenses, ADA, and enrollment to make sure that anything that affects the budget, we can adjust accordingly. So those are kind of the highlights I wanted to bring to you this month. So if there's any questions on the financials, I'll take them now.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Board members, any questions about the financials? All right, thank you, Mr. Guerra.
Thank you.
Our next discussion item is item 5M, and I'd like to note that this is the design services for our student service center, not just enrollment. It will be a student service center. So, Mr. Blackburn.
Good evening. Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, members of the board. Excited to talk to you a little bit about the Student Services Center. You can see in the attachment there's a basic floor plan of the layout, what we're considering. It is, yeah, I see it. It's very similar in concept to a one-stop shop, which is what Dallas College called it when they were, when I was doing consulting for Dallas College. They were building 2 of these on 2 different campuses. It's meant to be a single point of entry for our students and families into the district. And I think it was very well received there, and I think it'll be even more well received for us because it gives us an opportunity to really provide a student-centered experience when they first come into the district. They know they can get their testing done, they can get their vaccinations done, they can find out where they need to enroll, they can get any special services, they get connected with transportation, they can get their questions answered about transportation. So it's really a nice way to improve the services that we're providing to our students and our families. And I think it'll not only help the process for our families and our students, I think it'll help our internal process for our staff in terms of better communication, better ability to manage our enrollment across all of our facilities. So I think it's a really nice opportunity for us to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. Board members, questions? Ms. Derrick?
So just to clarify, what we're looking at tonight is the approval of the design services
Yes, ma'am.
only.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
this is like the architectural
Yes.
design services
That's
that we're
correct.
approving. And that does not mean that we are approving moving forward with any further construction related to this.
It does not. This is only for design.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions, board members? All right, thank you, sir.
And Mr. Blackburn has the next item, which is 5N, purchase of HVAC equipment.
This is similar to what has been done in the past, where we, just as a quick reminder, what we typically do as a district is to purchase the rooftop units or the air conditioning units for facilities directly. This way, we have a little more control over the process, and this also allows us to purchase units that we believe will provide the best overall experience for us and the lowest life cycle cost, even if that's not necessarily the cheapest to buy immediately or up front. Over the life of the unit, we have the opportunity to provide, select what we feel will provide us the best value.
Thank you. I like the consistent process. I think it's important when we get things directly. I agree with you that we have more control. Board members, any additional comments or questions about that? All right. Thank you, sir. Dr. Eldridge, do we have any other administrative reports? All right. So with no other administrative reports, we're going to move to item number 4. Board members, do you have any additional questions regarding consent agenda items for this evening? Okay, so with no other questions, we've reached the end of our agenda for this pre-meeting briefing, and we are adjourned at 6:06 p.m. I call this regular meeting of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 7:00 p.m. on January 11th, 2024. Board members, district staff members, and the members of the audience, you are free to join me in standing as Trey Crum from Redeemer Evangelical Covenant Church provides a message, followed by the leading of the pledges by Ranch View High School students, Elisa Guzman leading the pledge to the U.S. flag, and Andrew Erlenbush leading the pledge to the Texas flag.
Let's pray. God, thank you for today. Thank you for the information that we're about to get about our schools, about our staff, and just what you've been doing within our city, God. We ask for protection. We ask for healing in so many different areas that need you, especially in this room, God. We ask that you would continue to lead and to bring comfort and to encourage our leaders as we make decisions for you that brings you honor and glory. God, I ask that you would continue to keep us in mind as we go through another year. We have students that have gone through another year of another semester of doing everything that they can to be studious, and we ask that you would protect them as they prepare for college, protect them as they prepare for exams, as well as our teachers, that you would continue to protect them and give them peace and comfort during this time that needs you well. And so we ask that we just submit all these things to you, our plans, our dreams, our visions for this year. Please let us leave room for you to work in them, and let us not be so closed-minded. We ask for unity in this place. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here this evening, and we really appreciate Mr. Crum and our students for leading the pledges tonight. Thank you for being here. I hear that it is Board Appreciation Month, and it is very obvious to these board members. We really want to just extend our heartfelt thank you. It is an honor and a privilege to serve this community as a collective body and group. And so we just want to extend our thanks for all the efforts that have made us feel very appreciated already this month, and I believe there's some more to continue. So we just want to, again, extend our heartfelt thanks. As a district, we dedicate all of our efforts and resources to our goal of high expectations for all. The board uses this goal to guide all deliberations, decisions, and actions. You will get to see all deliberations, decisions, and actions of the board in open session, with the exception of some items which may be discussed in closed session, as stipulated in the Texas Government Code, Section 551, commonly known as the Open Meetings Law. These items typically deal with personnel matters, consultation with our attorney, and real estate. For the record, board members present are Sally Derrick, Carolyn Benavides, Kim Brady, Ileana Garza Rojas, Randy Shackman, and myself, Cassandra Hatfield. We constitute a quorum and may conduct business on behalf of the district. Before moving on to the next agenda item, I would like to remind you that the board will accept comments from citizens of the district and from district employees. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose and placed it in the designated location prior to the opening of the meeting. When the board addresses agenda item number 3, audience for guests, you will be invited to the podium to speak to the board. Our next agenda item is item number 2, special presentations and recognitions. Item 2A, recognitions. Ms. Parnell.
Good evening, President Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and members of the board. Tonight, we want to begin our recognitions by announcing our CFB Champion Award for the month of January. This award is sponsored by Chick-fil-A at Trinity Mills and CFB and recognizes teachers, employees, students, and/or community members for exemplifying excellence in leadership, outstanding attitude, community involvement, personal development, and/or exemplary character. Excuse me. Tonight, we'd like to present the staff award this month to the Giving House staff. And as I call your name, I'd like to ask for you to come forward. This award is presented to Alex Johnson Hubbard, Tammy Craig, Diana Rivera, and Joe Perez for their tireless efforts in serving the students and families in need in CFB ISD. They have specifically been instrumental in ensuring that the Giving House vision has come to fruition while effectively doing their regular duties. They take care of the day-to-day task of ordering, organizing, sorting, and distributing items to make sure that all of our students have their essential needs met. Congratulations to our Giving House staff. In our ongoing commitment to provide a safe and secure learning environment, the district wants to commend our campuses and departments for making safety a priority. The CFB Sentinel of Safety Award is presented to a campus that implements innovative measures dedicated to safety education. This year, the award is presented to Rainwater Elementary for implementing a Safety Week campaign with daily lessons ranging from internet and playground safety to cafeteria and personnel safety. Representing Rainwater Elementary School is Principal Nicole Greenleaf, and also here is Rachel Freeman, Director of CFB Safety and Security. Congratulations. The Delta Kappa Gamma Society International is a worldwide organization of key women educators that helps promote educators' professional and personal growth. Each year, the local chapter offers up to $250 grants to 4 teachers who are starting their 1st to 5th year of teaching. The purpose of the Early Educator Grant is to endow grants to fund classroom resources such as books, manipulatives, learning games, and more. The money for these grants comes from Kappa Phi's annual Christmas auction. This year, Maddie Haas with Kappa I is here to present checks for $250 each to 4 deserving early educators. With us tonight, we have Claudia Samuelson from Furneaux Elementary, Jenna Teeter, Blaylock Middle School, Mindy Mazzarelli from Creekview High School, and Michaela Kofelt, Rosemead Elementary. Congratulations to each of these educators, and thank you to Delta Gamma Gamma. Now I would like to ask our other board members to please make their way down to the front. As you know, January is School Board Appreciation Month, and tonight we want to continue to thank our board members for their tireless service to our district, to our students, and our community. And with us tonight, we have 2 of our ambassadors, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and they have a special presentation.
Hello, my name is Ria Charya from R.L. Turner High School.
Hello, my name is Hugh Terry Bullock from Rantoul High School.
Each January, we honor the community volunteers who serve on our school board. The 2024 School Board Recognition theme is Locally Elected, Community Connected. This theme is particularly fitting for the 7 individuals who serve on our CFB Board of Trustees and tirelessly give their time, talents, and resources to our school district and community.
We want to thank the school board for their dedication to making CFB ISD a place where we can learn, grow, and thrive. Your commitment to our education is truly inspiring.
The time and effort you put into listening to our voices and considering our needs does not go unnoticed by our students and staff. You make us feel valued and heard, and that motivates us to learn and be better citizens.
Thank you for making tough decisions to ensure our school is safe, supported, and well-resourced. We know it is not easy, but we see the positive impact in our classrooms and around campus.
We would like to present you with a small token of our appreciation for your service to our CFB family. Ali Benitez Gonzalez from Field Middle School and Eleanor Bushkow from Furneaux Elementary School are here to assist us. Cassandra Hatfield, President, term 2021 to 2024.
Tara Habachik, Vice President, term 2022-2025, who cannot be with us tonight.
Sally Derrick, Secretary, term 2021 to 2024.
Caroline Benavides, Member, term 2023-2026.
Kim Brady, Member, term 2022 to 2025.
Alina Garces Rojas, Member, term 2022-2025.
Randy Shackman, Member, term 2023 to 2026.
I'm going to get y'all to go and have a picture after this first flashcard. Okay, go ahead, start working it. We're going to get one more picture with our student ambassadors, and Eleanor and Ollie, if you'd come forward too. Thank you again, board members, for your service, and congratulations to all of our recipients tonight. That concludes our recognitions. I tried so hard. No, ma'am.
Well, we are going to be warm at the parade on Saturday for the Martin Luther King Parade. I hope you guys will join us, and we're going to be super warm. Thank you for the recognition, and even more important, thank you so much to our community for supporting our teachers with the scholarships and the recognition, and to our CFB champions. You guys are amazing. The work you do for our students to provide the Giving House for students in need is such a critical, important part of the district, and for safety and security, always a high priority. So with that, we will move on to trustees' reports. And thank you, Ms. Parnell, for your support with these, with the what we just did. Trustees, would anyone like to share any celebrations or observations made over the past month? Ms. Benavides?
Thank you. First, I want to say Happy New Year, and I hope you had a great holiday. I know I made the best of mine. I really enjoyed the fine arts concerts that I attended over the holiday. Actually the holiday season, as well as caroling with Blaylock Middle School. It was so wonderful, the band. We just go up to random homes and they'd start playing their instruments, and it was just a great experience. The Christmas parties I attended too, so much spirit. It was really wonderful.
Additional board members? Ms. Garza Rojas?
There's a little story I want to share of a principal at an elementary school. And I had to share this, board members, and community members, because it's extra special and super heartfelt. But I have a mentee at a school that I go to and I see every single week. He's amazing. I love him. He's not watching me, so I can say that out loud. Anyways, the principal went above and beyond to get him glasses. And I know she's watching, and I told her I didn't tell her I would say this, but I just wanted to say thank you to the principal who went above and beyond to do something amazing for this kid, and it has changed his life. And so thank you to you. I know you're watching me, and that's it.
Very heartfelt. Ms. Brady?
I was overjoyed to attend the Young Entrepreneurs Market at McCoy Elementary before Christmas break. It's where all the kids create their own sellable items. So I got to go and shop and meet with all the kids and the parents, and it was just fabulous to see their works being sold for real money. So thank you. It was fun.
Awesome. Any other reports? All right, so I think I'll go. I just wanted to give a shout out to Dr. Eldridge. Yesterday, we met and we were asked to present at a conference, a TASA conference later this January by the Texas Association of School Boards. And so we met yesterday and we really brainstormed the great work that this board has been doing to bring unity together in our community. And we are excited to share some of the great tools that we're using to really bring the community together with the greater Texas area. And so I just wanted to thank you for supporting as we really worked through to try to bring service to Texas, because we want people to know the great things that are happening in CFB. And then I also wanted to give a shout out to safety and security. I had the joy of participating in a workshop on January 3rd, and I got to play the role in a simulation of an angry parent. And they all had so much fun dealing with an angry parent in a situation, but they handled it with such poise, and it was a real-life simulation of if something were to happen. And I am just so impressed with our safety and security team for all of the dedication that they put forward to making sure that we are in a position where we can take care of our students and our community and our staff if we ever had to. Pray that we never have to do that, but being ready and being willing to be able to be ready is really important. And so I just want to give a shout out to them for putting that dedicated effort into letting me be the angry parent. It was a fun adventure. All right, so with that, we will move on to item 2C, district announcements. Dr. Eldridge.
Well, again, I want to show my appreciation to the school board and all of you that came out to also show your appreciation. I received an email as well as the board that they wanted the board members to attend Career Day. They think this is a paid position, and they wanted to tell they wanted each one of the board members to tell how much they get paid and what their daily work schedule's like. And I don't think that people realize this is truly voluntary, and it's a mission and a calling to do what's right for our students and our community. So if you all received that email, we've already forwarded that to Dee to get everybody to sign up so you can get your job description ready. So it was interesting. So do want to mention the parade on Saturday. It starts at 10 a.m. on Rainwater Lane, and it's going to be cold, but we have scarves, and it's a true appreciation to celebrate MLK. Also want to give a shout out to our Education Foundation. Luke's here, and I did tease him about missing our bus ride, but our Education Foundation gave out $34,534 to our teachers for innovative grants. And I look back at the video that our communications department made, and it made me cry. Because to see, what we do in our profession, we love what we do. And when teachers take the time to write a grant, to do something beyond, it's so meaningful, and that's why we're in this profession. So I really appreciate the foundation and our teachers for taking that time to do their work. And the last thing I'm going to talk about is the weather. So I don't have a fancy screen or, the radars, but we are monitoring the weather. We have Adam and Rachel in safety and security, and Adam loves the weather. And so he attends all these webinars and keeps us updated daily on the weather. And so just want to make sure that everyone knows, they keep changing. And so they say Sunday and Monday are going to be very cold. But you know what? If we have a snow day on Monday, we don't have school. So that is a blessing. But we will continue to monitor. So just want to make sure everybody checks their Parent Square, checks our website, and we will definitely make sure we keep you up to date. So students, we don't have school on Monday, but we will be telling you we don't have school on Tuesday. So everybody needs to show up on Tuesday, unless we tell you no. So just keep an eye. You never know. Our weather can change at any time. So again, thank you all for coming out to show appreciation to our board and our scholarships and our students. And if you haven't seen our giving place, they could do closet organization that is amazing. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge. Our next agenda item is item 2D, update from the PTA. Ms. Castillo?
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge, and all of the board members and rest of the administration for having us here tonight. I like to start every presentation with reciting our motto, just so we all remember. The motto of the PTA is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. So just a few updates. As we head into the new year, we're happy to celebrate our Board of Trustees. This past year, they have worked arduously on the continued growth and success of our district. Thank you for all of your hard work. To date, all 36 of our local PTAs have completed the requirements for good standing. District-wide, we have 6,123 PTA members. This is more members than any of the past 3 years. You can still join PTA, this awesome group of advocates, at joinpta.org or on our Council PTA website. Congratulations go to the campuses that participated in the Reflections competition. We had more entries than any previous year. We look forward to celebrating all of the award-winning students Wednesdays, January 17th. And their amazing artwork will be displayed at this reception for attendees to enjoy. Last month, the Texas PTA panel talk about understanding and responding to the fentanyl crisis, which aired in December, is also available on video. Any campus that would like to utilize this learning tool may contact me at president@cfbpta.org. The new year brings a very busy time for our PTAs. Some additional tasks they will complete are preparing for elections for next year's officers, identifying scholarship recipients, filing tax returns, and of course, celebrating their campus accomplishments, to just name a few. Council PTA will be sponsoring again the awesome CFB Champions basketball players versus the Harlem Wizards. The game this year is on February 9th at Creekview High School. You can pick up this reminder notice with our QR code to purchase tickets as you exit the building. Again, we thank you for your continued support and advocacy for our children. Together, we are PTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo, and congratulations to our PTA for all 36 being in good standing in a 3-year high. That's a huge accomplishment, and I know a lot of hard work has been going in from council to be able to support our PTAs, so congratulations for all of those efforts. At this time, we want to have a brief pause and allow anyone who would like to step out of the meeting that wishes to do so. Anyone wishing to remain for the remainder of the meeting, you are welcome to stick with us. It's going to be an eventful and lively late evening, I predict. So we'll just take a brief pause if you do want to exit.
Congrats, brother.
Thanks, man. You have a good one, sir.
You too, man.
All right, the next agenda item is item number 3, audience for guests. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose and placed it in the designated location prior to the opening of the meeting. Ms. Canada, do we have anyone wishing to speak? All right, with no one wishing to address the board, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Our next agenda item is number 4, non-action items for discussion. We'll start with item 4A, budget update. Mr. Guerra?
Thank you, Ms. Hatfield. Y'all have this blue budget calendar in front of you? Okay, so this evening, we're presenting a budget calendar update for the board for the upcoming 24-25 school year. That's kind of a new thing for us. We have a larger, probably 6-7 page document that we use for our budget calendar, but we kind of condensed it to make it a little more legible for y'all to see this evening. So our budget calendar actually started last November of 23. And as you can see by the blue document in front of you, the current practice is an ongoing year-long process. For the board purposes, the part that pertains mainly to you guys is the 3 budget workshops that are planned for this year, which are listed above. April 11th, May 9th, and June 4th are all 3 workshops. So at the conclusion of the 3rd workshop, a draft of the final budget will be given to the board in the first week of August. And then we'll request any final input from the board at that time. This way there's any material changes we need, we can finalize them prior to the adoption of the actual budget, which will be at the end of August. So if there's any questions on the calendar, I'll take them now.
Board members, do you have any questions about the calendar? I have one question, Mr. Guerra.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed that in February to mid-March, you're going to be meeting with all the principals. Is that you're also meeting with the principals in addition to HR? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Board members, do you have any additional questions? Okay. No additional questions.
Thank you.
Oh. Oh, thank you. We're going to proceed to item number 5, the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a mechanism that the board uses to approve a number of routine items together with a single vote. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the public notice for this meeting includes a list of all the consent agenda items, and the board has been provided ample information about these items in advance. Prior to any action taken on the consent agenda, board members may request withdrawal of any individual items for clarification or discussion. Board members, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda at this time? Ms. Derrick?
I'd like to ask that 5M be removed just for individual consideration.
So I have item 5M removed for individual consideration. Board members, any additional items? All right, if there are no other items to be removed, do I have a motion regarding the consent agenda as amended? Ms. Brady?
I move that we accept the consent agenda minus letter M as presented.
Okay, I have a motion from Ms. Brady. Do I have a second? I have a second from Ms. Derrick. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 6 in favor, 0 opposed, the motion carries. The next item on our agenda is item number 6, items for discussion and/or action. We have an item removed from consent, so we'll proceed to item 6A. The title of the item is 5M, consider and approve design services for Student Enrollment Center. Ms. Derrick.
Yes, we actually received information on this item in the pre-meeting, but I just wanted, so that it was on the public record for the main meeting, that if you could come forward again maybe and just give us some information. I think it's important that the community know what we're considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr.
One sec, Mr. Shackman, did you want to add on to that?
I was going to add a question. I believe that this has been changed by title to service center rather than enrollment center.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That's actually what it should
Yes,
state.
it should read Student Services Center.
Yeah, okay.
It's meant to be, the concept that we're exploring is to create a one-stop shop, if you will, where students and families that are coming to our district have the opportunity to get all the services they need in one place, in one visit. And that would include testing, it would include vaccinations, it would include enrollment information, transportation information. It's meant to be a very similar experience to what I've seen done at Dallas College in a previous position that I held, and I think it was very well received there, so I'm excited that we can explore that here.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions about this item? I do have one question. If it were approved, do we know about how long the timeline is for the design services?
We would plan to try and have construction complete by the end of the summer, so it would be ready for the fall.
Okay, but this is just for design services?
Yes, tonight is purely for design services only.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments or questions, board members? All right. With that, is there a motion? Ms. Derrick?
I'm going to make the motion and amend the language that's in our agenda, just because I don't see anywhere that it's written as Student Services Center. So I move that we consider approved design services for a Student Services Center.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Lots of seconds. Mr. Shackman is a second. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 6 in favor, 0 opposed, the motion carries. The next agenda item is items number 6, items for discussion and or action. That was the first one, sorry. That was 6A. So now within that, we're moving to 6B. The next item is 6B, consider and approve the district's annual comprehensive financial report for the period ending August 31st, 2023. Mr. Guerra.
Thank you, President Hatfield. So at 5:30 this evening, the audit committee heard direct from our representative from Whitley Penn, who's our independent auditor, and he gave the final findings of the report and gave a detailed explanation of the process and everything he goes through, everything we go through as a district. And we asked him to come this evening to speak to the rest of the board, to kind of give a briefer summary than he did to the audit committee. So this is Mr. Tovar. He's with Whitley Penn, and he's our auditor this month.
Good evening, board. So my name is Roger Tovar. As Larry mentioned, I'm with Whitley Penn. We're a CPA firm here in the state of Texas, and this is, we just concluded our fiscal year 23 audit of the school district. Do have a presentation here that I'll go over, and if you have any questions at any given point during my presentation, feel free to stop me, and I'll do my best to provide some answers here. As far as the purpose of the financial statement audit is to issue an opinion on the financial statement. So the report, the end product at the end of the day is this almost 200-page report. There's a lot of hours that go in the generation of this report, and we do appreciate management's help, as there was a lot of assistance from management in creating this and providing all the evidence that we request in order to issue this opinion on the financial statements. So on the slide, you do have a few options there when it comes to the opinion on the report. So there's on the right-hand side is the highest level of assurance that you can obtain on those financial statements. So that's called the unmodified opinion. The other two options, there's either a disclaimer, or we qualify the opinion for something that's in the financial statements. In your case, I will spoil the rest of the presentation. We did issue an unmodified opinion. So again, that is the highest level of assurance that you can obtain on those financial statements. As far as the financial statements themselves, as I mentioned, there is an unmodified opinion on those, so it's a clean opinion. Some people call it a clean opinion. We do conduct our audit in accordance with government auditing standards as well as generally accepted auditing standards. So that second item there, the government auditing standards, add a second layer of requirements, which requires for us to issue another report. And that report is the report of internal control over the financial reporting as well as compliance over financial reporting. So as far as that, we're also issuing a clean report, essentially. We don't have any material weaknesses that we identified or any significant deficiencies in your internal controls that we have to report. We also have no instances of non-compliance that are material to your financial statements. The third report that we are required to issue has to do with your federal funding. Some people call it single audit, so that's what we call it. And so this year, the ESSER funding, which is your COVID funding, was triggered as a major program, as well as your special ed cluster. So any funding that relates to those two programs, we were required to audit and audit their compliance, as well as the controls over those compliance requirements. We also issue an unmodified opinion over those major programs. We don't have any internal control findings related to those major programs. We also don't have any instances of non-compliance or question costs when it comes to those major programs. So here, this is a brief summary, high-level summary of your overall financial statements. This is total assets and deferred inflows. At the end of the year, you're at $1.5 billion. The main two components within that is your cash and investments, as well as your capital assets. You can see there, cash and investments, $680 million. Your capital assets, it's just a little bit over $705 million. On the other side, you have your liabilities and deferred inflows, so your bonds payable and premiums that go along with that. It's a little bit over $728 million for the year, at the end of the year. And then add to that the net pension liability and OPEB liability. Those are $109.3 million, and your OPEB is 54.7. Once you net the two, your end result there is your net position at $434.5 million at the end of the year. And focusing just on the general fund, so here's general fund revenues for the year were $332 million. You can see here the 82% of those revenues relate to property taxes. The second biggest chunk here is the state aid, and then all the other ones, as you can see on the screen, are investment income, federal funding. There was some increase there in property taxes as well as investment income due to just better market conditions. On the other side, you have your general fund expenditures. So that total $329 million for the year. And you can see again, 52% of that has to do with instruction and related services. Intergovernmental is the second biggest, followed by support services. Within that general fund, you do have fund balance at the end of the year of $143.9 million. That $143.9 million is allocated within these categories here that you can see there's a portion there that's non-spendable. Committed fund balance is $41.5 million. Assigned is 2.8, and then the last line on there is your unassigned fund balance that totals 98.4, which is that fund balance that's available for operations. Overall, in your general fund, the fund balance increased $2.7 million. And that 98.4 that's available for operations, this is just a different way of looking at it over the last 5 years. The one metric that gets looked at is how many days of operation do you have in an unassigned fund balance. So you can see here that you're at 29.9%. Typically, the recommended is anywhere between 15 and 25. So you can see that you've been over that 25% over the last 5 years. 2020 was 24.1. But other than that, it's been pretty consistent. The two schedules that we're also required to issue is your debt service fund and child nutrition fund. You can see here on the debt service fund the actual revenues and expenditures against your final budget. Overall, your fund balance for debt service fund increased $4.5 million. At the end of the year, you're sitting at 21.1. On the food service program, your overall fund balance increased $1.6 million. At the end of the year, you're at 5.7. And that is my high-level view of the financial statements. If y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer those right now.
Thank you, Mr. Tovar. Board members, do you have any comments or questions? Ms. Benavides?
Thank you for the information and the long hours to create this report. But I find it interesting on page 5 of the report, under the Carrollton-Farmers branch demographics. I am waist deep in helping people in need in our community. And the economic characteristics of the average household income states $109,000. Is that based on a prior census? It's here in the first 5 pages of your brochure.
It's page V.
Oh, page B.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's,
Sorry,
it shows population by ethnicity,
here.
et cetera.
got
Economic
you.
characteristics.
Yeah, so this actually is, so this is part of the report that comes directly from management. So I don't know if Larry, if you want to speak to that, where exactly those numbers are coming from, as far as what's being presented on there. But typically, it does get pulled from the latest available information on that information.
So is that a prior census or that this information comes from? I mean, just,
You're right. It comes from the prior census where we get the information.
which is how old? Do you know? The last census?
2020, wasn't it?
Completed, I think, in 22.
Okay. Yeah, because today, I can guarantee you that's not correct.
Yeah, they do it every 2 years as a census. and
Okay.
22 was the last full census for it.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Derrick?
I just want to speak to the process of the audit as one of 3 that sat on the audit committee with Mr. Shackman and Ms. Brady. There were multiple meetings that the board members participated in, and the process was laid out for us of what the expected steps were by Whitley Penn. And I applaud your work that y'all did with this. I've sat on the audit committee in the past with prior companies, and I very much appreciate the transparency in the process that you were going to take, that you did what you said you were going to do, and that you brought us back information that made sense. I have absolutely no concerns about the audit that was presented to the committee earlier prior to the meeting tonight, and then same information that was presented tonight. So I just wanted to share that I know there's probably not going to be a lot said about this, but there were 3 board members that sat on a subcommittee as part of this process. So thank you.
Additional comments? I just wanted to also confirm and clarify that you said we have a fund balance increase of 2.7 million for
In the general fund, yes,
in the
ma'am.
general fund.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shackman?
A little over 80% of this year's revenue is property tax. With the property tax compression and the new homestead exemption, is there any anticipation that that's going to go up, down, sideways, or what?
There's more than likely it's gonna increase. I don't know as far as once you meet a certain amount, there might be some restrictions there. But combine that with the increase in property values and all that, more than likely your tax revenue will increase as it's been increasing over the last few years.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you for all your good work.
Any additional questions or comments from board members? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tovar. Okay, so this item, board members, is marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take action? Mr. Shackman?
I would like to recommend that we approve the annual comprehensive financial report as presented by our auditors.
I have a motion from Mr. Shackman. Do I have a second? Ms. Brady's a second. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 6 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. Our next item is item number 6C. Consider and approve the academic calendar. Word. Ms. Holcomb.
Good evening, President Hatfield and distinguished members of the board. This evening, I am going to be presenting the results of our 24-25 calendar for this upcoming school year, as well as the process and the things that we went through in kind of getting to our first calendar drafts. And so I'm going to start with the timeline of the process that we went through for the creation of the calendars. The calendars started, maybe I should here. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. The district calendar committee began meeting in October of 2023, and we collaborated, had quite a bit of feedback, went over lots of questions, and it included all different members of the district. We had all departments represented, as well as campus representation, campus administrators from elementary, middle school, high school, fine arts, athletics, transportation, operations, all areas of the district. And from that, we then got parameters that we were going to work within for the 24-25 school year. From there, we then had our District Improvement Council meeting, which was in December. We went through and gathered feedback from all of the District Improvement Committee, and they submitted feedback via a survey, and we were able to gather feedback from them, which was representative of all stakeholders in the district. So we had community members, parents, teachers, campus administrators, as well as district representation. After we did those two meetings, we then created 3 calendar draft options based on the feedback from the first 2 meetings. We then put out all 3 of those options to the staff, and they were able to then narrow down to just 2. So we went from 3 options down to the top 2. The top 2 were then put out for parents and staff to vote on. The first round of voting went out to all of our staff members. We also had that available through Parent Square. It was communicated through our website and social media marketing. And we also then turned that around. We extended it by 48 hours to make sure that we could continue to get as many votes as possible and continue to get the word out to all stakeholders. And we put that out for all staff and family to vote on as well. And so that went on over the last weeks or so in January. And that leads us up to today, which is we are seeking board approval on the calendar that was most voted on by all stakeholders. So the first district calendar committee meeting, as mentioned, that met in October to kind of get the parameters started, are represented there on the screen. I know that's kind of hard to read, but as I mentioned earlier, there is representation there from all campus levels, administration, as well as all departments within CFB. This is also a screenshot of our District Improvement Council that is representative of all of our stakeholders, community members, parents, teachers, and campus admin. I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Parnell to talk about the communication of the calendar.
Well, as Ms. Holcomb mentioned, communication played a vital role in the calendar process, and receiving feedback from our staff and families was the next step. The communications department used various communication channels, as was mentioned. We sent the survey through email, Outlook email. We sent it through Parent Square, social media, as well as the website, and it was available in multiple languages. And you can see here some screenshots and examples of the messages that were sent.
So a couple of things I wanted to mention is the requirements from TEA on our calendar include that we must go a minimum of 75,600 minutes. That was a change with the 84th legislature passed by the House Bill 2610. Prior to that, districts had to go a certain number of days, and it had to be 180 school days. But that has been changed for quite a few years now. I think this was 2016. And so now we have to make sure that the calendar that we do operate with has a minimum of 75,600 minutes that students are in instruction. The change in that gives school districts flexibility in case there is a natural disaster or a really bad weather event, which we have had before, or any other type of unforeseen event. It allows you flexibility to then do things with your calendar that you might not have done otherwise, but also to build in more time for staff development, which is a very important piece, especially now with our number of new teachers that we have coming into the profession, learning resources, learning standards, and just time to prepare for instruction. And we've heard that a lot from our teachers over and over again, is we can never have enough time. And so that's something we wanted to be very aware of. All of our calendar options that we will be presenting have additional minutes to grant flexibility in the event that we do have inclement weather as well. So that's something to note. Also, there is a staff development waiver that we will be filing and have filed in the past through TEA. And basically, the staff development waiver allows school districts to sort of exchange staff development time, and they then give you 2,100 total waiver minutes. And so what that means is if we follow the parameters and we have at least the 3 professional development days built into the calendar, then we will have 2,100 extra minutes, which you will see or probably have heard referred to as banked minutes, which means we're not really going to school 2,100 extra minutes, but we're getting those minutes from TEA to use as flexibility in our calendar. And so that does give us then flexibility. If we do have an unforeseen weather event, we can use those minutes instead of having to pull in those bad weather days that we do have noted on the calendar, as if we had to pull in a bad weather day, it's noted with a asterisk of it being considered a bad weather day. But we don't necessarily have to use them unless we do have an event that we would need to pull in all those days. So the 3 calendars that we started with, it's kind of listed here. I'm not going to go over all of that. That was something that was also put out to all of our stakeholders, but I wanted to make a couple of notes here. All 3 of the calendar options have to include our required teacher contracted days, which is 187 teacher work days. The 3 options, you can see though there are some variations in the number of days that the students are in instruction. Option 1 had 172 days, option 2 had 171, so they were really only different by 1 day, and the 3rd calendar was 176, I believe, I can't see it. In addition, you can see on that second section that the minutes of instruction for the school day was an important factor to note in voting, because in order to get some flexibility in doing our calendar a little bit different, it would require us adding a minimum of 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And so the first option was allowing 5 more minutes to the instructional day. The second option was adding 10 minutes, and the third option was not changing anything. And the rest of it is really pretty similar. But what you can see that's the most impactful is that on the staff development section, there is great differences in the number of PD days and teacher work days, depending on which calendar you go with on the number of instructional minutes. So for example, on option 1, it's a 440-minute school day, which is an added 5 minutes, meaning the total number of days that we would go to school, 172 days multiplied by our minutes gives us 75,680 minutes. So it's just a little bit over the minimum required. But with the staff development waiver, we are able to then exchange and get those extra 2,100 minutes, which allows us some flexibility if we did have to use them for bad weather. On that particular calendar, our teachers would have 8 days that can be used for staff development, which could be campus-based, could be planning, PLC time, or district-based. The teacher planning days and work days are their days for planning instruction and doing things that they need to do for preparing for instruction. On the second calendar, with the added 10 minutes, it was an even 7 and 7, 7 campus and district days for staff development, 7 teacher work days, and then the third calendar, which added no minutes to the instructional day, was 5 staff development days and then 4 teacher work days. So you can see that it's quite different in that area. A lot of feedback that I received from teachers was that they were very interested in looking at that area alone as the time for preparation for instruction. And that was something that was very important to them. The first day of school was a little bit different depending on the calendar, so there was a couple of differences there. That was also based on feedback from our stakeholders on some preferred earlier starts, some preferred later starts, so we offered both of those options. It was very overwhelmingly consistent that they did not want us to have school on election day, and so that was something that we layered into all 3 of those options. There was something a little different this year in that mid-October break, and that was something that was also discussed quite a bit with a lot of stakeholders. And we'll go over the details in just a minute, but one of those gave a little bit more time for students in that break period. The other one was kind of a mixture where the kids would come back midweek. The other parts that were pretty much the same were our staff exchange days, which are pretty typical. Our winter break was exactly the same on all 3 calendars, and our spring break was also the same on all 3 calendars. The end date for the last day of school, getting out before Memorial Day, was also the same on all 3 calendars. After that went out to the staff for voting, it was overwhelmingly that option 1 and 2 were the top two favored calendars. So option 3 was then eliminated. And so option 1, this is just a screenshot showing that we presented this calendar in English and Spanish. Option 2 was also presented in English and Spanish. And then a little bit larger view, I know it's sort of small, so I'm just going to highlight a couple of things here, but this is a side-by-side of the 2 calendar options that did go out for all stakeholders to vote. Option 1 is on the left, and then option 2 is on the right. A couple of items to note there, you can see on option 1, there was a different starting time on that particular calendar. One started a little bit earlier and the other one started a little bit later. The first one was in option, started on August the 1st, and then the other one started on the following Monday, which was August the 5th. Those 2 dates were important because it was a little bit less staff development time depending on which calendar you selected. Then the biggest change probably between the two was in October. On option 1, which was the one that added 5 minutes, was the first part of the week would have been in red are the school holidays. The green days are teacher work days, and then those orange days are going to be staff development days. But on that option 1 calendar, teachers would come back on Thursday, and they would have a planning staff development day, and then on Friday would be a teacher work day and also a time devoted for parent conferences. The option 2 calendar brought students back midweek on Wednesday. And so it still offered a staff development day, and it's also offered a little bit of a longer weekend break, and then Monday would have been a teacher work day. So both of those offered some breaks during the mid-October time. November had one extra change, which was on the second calendar, there was one extra teacher work day. December and January were roughly the same, with the exception of one extra teacher workday in January on the option 2. We also had a same spring break, and then in April, option 2 calendar offered a holiday on the Friday and the Monday for the holiday in April. And then the ending dates in May were exactly the same. And so those were the main differences. They're very, very similar, and there's only one difference in the number of days for instruction and the extra minutes there, which gives us some flexibility. So before I get to the exciting news, are there any questions over the calendar in general?
Board members, any questions? Ms. Garza Rojas?
Thanks for putting this together, and the anticipation is killing me. Like, I need to know. I am curious. I know there was a couple of questions. Well, thank you for bringing in the teachers as well, because this is super important. It was important to them. Thank you for bringing them in. I think for the community, for clarification, there was a question about start time, because it says +5, +10, and I think there was a concern that there would be additional time added. So whatever our start time is now, +5, +10, can you clarify that for us?
Yes, ma'am, and it's a very good question. So at the time the calendars went out, there was not a direct specification on where the minutes would fall, because we did not know if the calendar would be voted would be the second one, which would be 10 minutes versus the 5. There would be a district group that would convene after the voting tonight on the calendar that was the favored calendar. But the district committee that has come together, which included great voices from transportation, which that is very impactful for our routes, athletics, and many of our other areas. But based on the feedback that we've been receiving, and of course the district committee will come back together, would be that it would likely be at the end of the school day. Another consideration, if we added 5 minutes, for example, is our elementary schools start very early already, and that 5 minutes at the front end would be difficult. So likely it would be 5 minutes at the end of the day. So instead of dismissing at 2:45, it would be a dismissal of 2:50. It does not change the teacher work day. So basically, they will have students in the classroom for 5 extra minutes, but their start and stop time does not change.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Shackman?
I think you partially answered my question in that last answer. This is all coordinated and effective, still going to work with our transportation system, is that?
Yes, and my understanding, and Chris, you can jump in here, is that there has to be a 30-minute buffer between our tracks, and actually we have somebody else that can answer to this. So tell me if I'm wrong here, but the 30 minutes buffer between has to be the same. So if we were to add 10 minutes, for example, we couldn't do 5 before and 5 after. It would have to be all at the same part of the day so that it was equitable in the way that they run the routes. Am I close? Okay.
Additional questions, board members? I just want to thank the committee. I have heard, I served on the DIC before, and teachers have wanted changes to the calendar. They have wanted additional planning time. Administrators have asked for additional time with their staff. And so I'm really excited to see the changes, and I hope that this also shows the community that we are listening to voices in our staff, and that we need to make sure that they can be the most equipped to make a difference in our kids' lives. So I just want to thank the committee and all of the efforts that have gone into really comprehensively thinking about the impact to our students and staff.
Yes, ma'am. One thing I wanted to also mention, which is very important, is that both of these calendars provide a devoted and designated staff development planning day for instruction, meaning they would not be pulled for staff development. It would be their time devoted to plan at least one full day prior to each 9 weeks, except for the last 9 weeks, but there is a staff development day that can be used for that. So that is really important, so that each time we reset for a 9-week period, they have time to really get in and plan instruction and be prepared. So that was really important too. So thank you very much. Okay. So, without further ado, the results are in. And thank you, Dawn and Communication Department, for all the surveys. There were several that went out so that we could gather feedback, and for as long as we possibly could. Drum roll. So this first, there's actually 2 sets of results. One is staff and one is family. The first results you're going to be viewing for the top 2 options are coming from the CFB staff. The results were overwhelmingly for option 1. And they break down in numbers as follows here. It was roughly 73% for option 1 and 27% for option 2. There was 1,272 votes cast, and this would be the calendar that would add 5 minutes, okay? And would have the most staff development and, 8 PD days and 5 teacher work days. The staff calendar, the family survey that went out was ironically almost exactly the same, and there were quite a few votes cast for this. So you can see option 1 was almost 72%. Option 2 was roughly 28.5%, and we had 3,422 votes cast from our families. So both were very much the same, which I think is really interesting, that they're very equitable. So we do ask and would like to recommend that the Board of Trustees approve the 24-25 academic calendar option 1 based on the feedback from all stakeholder groups, and I'm happy to answer any other questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. Board members, do you have any additional questions or comments? Ms. Derrick?
I just want to make a comment, I guess, for the general community about a PD day, because I think we start talking all legalese, teacherese. Planning days are for our teachers to have time to figure out what they want to do in the classroom, to how to make the magic happen. And I think about how many minutes they have students in front of them, and it's really hard if you don't have a plan in place. And then so a lot of our teachers, because they're wonderful, they're going home and doing this. And so I'm really thankful that we have been able to give them the ability to speak their concerns, and for us to be able to get that feedback that recognizes that they need more time to be able to plan, not while their students are in the classroom, so that when the students walk in, they are able to be amazing because they've had time to come up with that plan. So that I hope that's just a clarification for the community of why that's important, and that we want that for our teachers, because I mean, there's no way I would be able to do that, just show up every day and just know exactly what to do, and you had to have a plan. So this is exciting, and I'm super thankful that we were able to give our staff and community the ability to have a voice.
Yes, ma'am. And one other thing to note is that this next year we will be implementing we're in our textbook adoption year for new science materials, and it's a K-12 adoption. So it's every single science teacher in our district next year, K through 12, will be implementing new science resources and learning new standards. So the PD time, professional development time, and our teacher work days are intentional for them to learn the resources and have time to really feel comfortable using them. But then the green days are for them to plan their instruction. So they're not days that they're having to sit and learn. They're days for them to prepare and do the things that they need to do. So thank you very much for that. And I know the teachers will be very thankful for really either calendar option. They were both very devoted to both of those things. But option 1 was most definitely the overwhelming favorite.
All right, with that, board members, does the board wish to take action? Ms. Derrick?
I move that the board approve the 2024-2025 academic calendar as presented, including submitting waivers for the 3 professional development days.
I have a motion from Ms. Derrick. Do I have a second? Ms. Garza Rojas is a second. Is there any additional discussion? All right, with no additional discussion, all of those in favor, raise your hand. All of those opposed? By a vote of 6 in favor and 0 opposed, the calendar passes, and yay for next year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is item number 7, closed meeting as authorized under Texas Government Code, including but not limited to section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, security devices, 551.082, school children, district employees, disciplinary matter or complaint, 551.0821, personally identifiable student information, 551.084, investigation. Item 7A, pursuant to section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, consultation with the district's attorney, district's legal counsel regarding methods of electing members to the Board of Trustees. Item 7B, pursuant to section 551.071, the Texas Government Code, consultation with the district's legal counsel regarding legal and procedural matters relating to the sale or donation of real property consisting of 2.4 acres, more or less, located at 2580 and 2590 Valley View Lane, Farmers Branch, Texas. Item 7C, pursuant to Texas, I lost it. It's on a roll. Pursuant to section 551.072, the Texas Government Code real property deliberation regarding potential sale or donation of district real property consisting of 2.4 acres more or less, located at 2580 and 2590 Valley View Lane, Farmers Branch, Texas. Please note that it is anticipated that one or more board members of the school board may be participating in the meeting or a portion of the meeting by video conference. Call in compliance with state open meetings laws. It is the intent to have a quorum of the board physically present at the location specified in this notice or agenda. The board will now move to closed session. Audience members, you are welcome to remain in the boardroom as the board members recess and move into the conference room for deliberations. The time is now 8:06 p.m. We are back in open session, and the time is now 9:28 p.m. The next item is 8A, consider and take possible action to authorize the superintendent to negotiate the sale or donation of district real property consisting of 2.4 acres, more or less, located at 2580 and 2590 Valley View Lane, Farmers Branch, Texas, with the city of Farmers Branch. Board, this item is marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take action? Ms. Derrick?
I move that the board authorize the superintendent to negotiate an agreement to convey to the city of Farmers Branch the real property consisting of 2.4 acres, more or less, located at 2580 and 2590 Valley View Lane, Farmers Branch.
I have a motion from Ms. Derrick. Do I have a second? Ms. Brady is a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 6 in favor, 0 opposed, the motion carries. The next item on our agenda is item number 9, closed meeting as authorized by under the Texas Government Code, including but not limited to Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, security devices, 551.082, school children, district employees, disciplinary matter or complaint, 551.0821, personally identifiable student information, 551.084, investigation. Item 9A, conduct the superintendent summative evaluation. Please note that it is anticipated that one or more board members of the school board may be participating in the meeting or a portion of the meeting by video conference call in compliance with the state open meetings laws. It is the intent to have the quorum of the board physically present at the location specified in this notice or agenda. The board will now move into closed session. Audience members, you are welcome to remain in the boardroom as board members recess and move into the conference room for deliberations. The time is now 9:30 p.m. We are back in open session, and the time is now 11:58 p.m. Board members, at this time, is there any discussion regarding the summative evaluation of the superintendent? I'll make a statement on behalf of the board. Dr. Eldridge, we just want to extend our appreciation to you for your efforts over the last several months that you've joined our team. We are excited about the future of the district. We believe in the work that you're doing to support our continuous improvement model, and we are looking forward to continuing to work together. You're welcome. So this item is also marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take action? Ms. Derrick?
I move that the board extends the said contract to end on March 21st, 2027. The superintendent's annual salary shall be increased by 3% effective January 11, 2024. Is that where I stop? Oh, and delegate authority to the board president to extend the superintendent's contract. And increase the salary.
Okay, I have a motion from Ms. Derrick. I have a second from Ms. Benavides. Is there any further discussion? All right, with no further discussion, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, by a vote of 6 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. The board will now move on to agenda item number 11, comments from board members regarding posted agenda items. Board members, do you have any comments you wish to make at this time related to the posted agenda items? No. Seeing none, we are moving to adjournment. We've reached the agenda of our agenda, and the time is now midnight.